This is Daniel Alexander Cannon here on the Supernatural Show. We are doing a live stream today. We're waiting on giving people an opportunity to get in before I actually really get to talking about what we're going to be doing today. I see some people starting to pour in, and we are going to start going over various aspects of what's going on in Florida right now. We're going to be speaking about it not as a normal weatherman or someone covering the weather, but as someone who has an alternative opinion about the things that are happening, not only that happened in Florida with Milton and with what happened with Helena, but in many other locations as well, that events have taken place that you will not hear anyone speaking about, at least in mainstream media or in any kind of a real so-called meteorologist. They're not going to be speaking about the things that I'm going to be speaking about today. Looks like we got quite a few people already piled in here. Numbers are going up real fast, so I'm going to go ahead and get started discussing a few things. First off, guys, if you take a look at the storm, this is currently the current satellite loop that is up to date within literally 5 minutes ago. And if you look at the center of the storm down where the eye of the storm is at currently, there's a couple of things going on here. One is you can see the storm is intensifying. It started intensifying about the beginning of this loop, as a matter of fact. I could show you a little further back, but basically what I'm seeing is the cloud tops are building excessively as it's coming ashore. So it is not weakening, guys. It is getting stronger as it comes ashore, unfortunately. Let's take a look at something else that's very important, and that is what you're looking at here are tornado warnings. There are a lot of tornado warnings currently on the map, and they're popping up, and at any time you may hear during this broadcast that they will pop up, and you'll hear a female voice, which is an automated voice that's going to let us know of a new tornado warning. I don't know why they're talking about water spouts in the center of Florida unless there's a large lake there. Yes, there is. So they're saying that there's a potential water spout over Lake Okeechobee. So it's obviously a tornado, but basically the difference is that it'll be sucking fish up. And
there are 2 new warnings affecting Florida.
2 new warnings. There'll be fish and other pond life, frogs, turtles, whatever, that will be, if this manifests and there is a water spout / tornado in this lake, it will be throwing fish, turtles, ain't no telling what all it can suck up, maybe even alligators. It will be throwing them out on the land in this direction up here above the lake. That's what water spouts have been known to do. I would imagine that if one touches down in this lake, which as you can see there are many around here, anywhere where a tornado goes across a body of water, it will suck up water. It turns into a water spout. It draws the fish and anything in the water up into the clouds and throws it out a long distance away from there. So it's likely raining fish in this area of Florida. And of course you can see the radar here, but this is not a moving, active, interactive radar, other than the fact that this is an interactive map in which we can see various things. But mainly this is for seeing the warnings, the tornado warnings, and this we will get the warnings within 60 seconds of when they're actually posted on this website. So we'll be keeping an eye on this as we continue through our broadcast today. Again, going back to Milton itself and the eye of the storm, as you can see in the center of the eye, there is a lot of cloud tops coming up very strong. So the storm is at a minimum not weakening, and it is a low category 4. This is the scenario I spoke about on the live show the other day, where we have some cold air intrusion coming in from the backside here, causing the rainfall on the backside to be less. Okay. But this is a perfect setup for what's called a sting jet, a scenario in where, as you see here, you have a hurricane, but you have cold air coming in from the backside. It's coming down from the cold front that's coming from up north, and it's feeding into the backside of the storm. No, it doesn't look exactly like this, but it can happen and manifest whenever you have cold air coming down behind the storm, cutting off the rain on the southern part of the storm. You can get what's called a sting jet. It is a wind speed multiplier. What happens is the cold air comes in from above, presses down on the warmer air that is circulating around the eye, and when it presses down on it, it causes it to have to move faster, and then you can end up with basically a scenario like we're looking at here. This hurricane, guys, as some of you already know, is going to be the worst hurricane to ever strike Florida. Category 4, and it's striking it right in a couple of the weakest areas it could possibly pick. And in my opinion, there's something called weather control that those that be in this world that can have access to doing these things, they're pumping their climate change agenda right now, part of the UN Agenda 2030, where they intentionally will modify events that otherwise would normally seem to be natural and cause those events to either happen or cause them to be worse, or in this case, control both the intensity and the direction of the storms. If you're unaware that this technology exists, it's existed ever since the 60s. Even back in Vietnam, they used to modify the weather there in order to flood out the jungles so that the Viet Cong couldn't go in their holes because they'd be full of water, because the Viet Cong was using tunnel systems in order to defeat the military soldiers that were in there. And so what they did was they modified the weather and flooded them out. They've been using weather modification for a long time now, and it is a real thing. As during this, I know a lot of you guys are my regular viewers. There obviously will end up being some new people here as well today. We are going to be doing something. Instead of just running our mouth, we're going to be doing something to try to help y'all guys as well. Intermittently, I'm going to give myself breaks here and there during the show. And when I do, I'll put up this. Of course, I'll be talking to you and letting you know I'm going to take a few minute break. And then I'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. Just give myself a bathroom break or go get some water or whatever. But what we're going to be doing today in an attempt to help is we're going to be doing actually a fundraiser along through this, where what we're going to do is we're going to offer assistance, immediate, meaning same day, same hour, even probably assistance to anyone in Florida that is in the impact zone of this major part of the storm. You know, the central part of Florida, if they're in a bad situation and $100 would make a difference to them to get them out or help them in any way, whatever it is, we're going to be sending those people $100. And I've I had a donation come in directly to me yesterday of $1,000. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to offer up half of that as the first $500 to go towards helping the people in Florida that are going to be affected or are being affected right now. And I do realize that there will be people that don't have access to the internet. But if they're watching this broadcast, they obviously have access at the moment. Now, what's required is you're going to have a way for me to be able to get that $100 to you. And that is PayPal, Venmo, or Cash App. Those are the fastest methods in order to transfer funds to someone. So we're going to be doing that during the broadcast today. We're also going to be taking phone calls from Floridians. Anyone that's in Florida that would like to call in and give us eyewitness accounts as to what's going on, what they're seeing, you can do that. You can also, if you're in Florida and your cell phone connection is working, but there is heavy weather outside and you want to be a camera person for the show today and give us a live view of what's going on in Florida, I'm going to give you the option to be able to receive a link where you can broadcast your video, your live video from your phone to the show today. So we're doing all kinds of things today, and I'm not taking phone calls quite yet.
There is one new tornado warning for Florida.
Another tornado warning in Florida. Not sure which one the most recent one is. Let's see. This is it here. So it's right here. That's where I suspected it was at. It was right in this cluster right here. Right in this cluster, you can see there's two red dots. Basically, you got a supercell here where you can see this red from the radar return. And there's a tornado associated with that storm and with this storm. Every one of these are what's called supercells, and they are spinning just like a small hurricane themselves. They're spinning. And of course, in the center of the storm, just like in a hurricane, you have a funnel that's spinning. Luckily, in a hurricane, it don't reach down to the ground exactly like a tornado does, but it's very similar in structure. And there are many of them feeding into Florida right now. We still have the warning over Lake Okeechobee of a potential water spout. And we now also have another warning here as well with a tornado that is coming into Lake Okeechobee and will likely be sucking up fish, sucking up frogs, maybe even alligators. And what it will do is it will throw them out on the land up in these areas up here and drop them as it exits from the water. Obviously, hopefully most of it falls back into the lake, but there's a real good chance today with some of these larger lakes like this in Florida that it'll be raining frogs, raining fish, raining all kinds of things. Anything that's in this lake, it might be raining snakes, because I'm sure they have lots of snakes and anacondas and things like that are in this lake. So to round things around again, because I have more and more people showing up today, we're going to be watching the storm as it's coming along. I'm going to be giving various different types of views and discussing the storm as we go. This is a live radar. This is satellite looking at the intensity of the clouds itself, but that is not radar. This is radar. And as you can see on the southern side of the storm, we have a void of rain. You see that right there on the bottom side of the storm? There's an area right below the eye that comes across extremely fast. Do you see that? Watch it. right here. There it goes. That is likely a sting jet. It's moving almost twice as fast as the rest of the eye is rotating, and it dissipates as it moves around to the eastern side of the eye wall. That is likely a sting jet. A sting jet is when your storm loses its rain on the lower side of the eye due to a cold air intrusion coming in from the western side of the eye. And that's exactly what we have going on. What it does is the cold air coming in aloft up above comes in and compresses down on the spinning warm air that's in around the eye.
There is one new tornado warning for Florida.
Around the eye of the hurricane. And that cold air coming above presses down on that warm air. And when it presses down on it, it causes it to speed up. And that's what we're looking at likely here. Luckily, this is offshore still so far as the eye. But you can see the speed at which this area moves across the radar, that water. That's water moving extremely fast. It's being caught in the edge of a sting jet. There's no way ultimately to prove that this is the case, but I've done extensive studying on this subject, and I would highly suspect that that's what we're witnessing there. Luckily, again, it's out over the water. Maybe conditions will change as it moves in closer. We shall see. Taking a look again here at our tornado map, severe weather map. We basically have, well, let's take a look and see how many tornadoes they're saying that they're giving out warnings for right now. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 counting water spouts. 10 counting water spouts. So we've got 10 tornadoes potentially on the ground and even water spouts over land, throwing fish and frogs and snakes and everything else everywhere. This is not good, and that's why I decided to take $500 of my own money that was just donated to me yesterday. I can live off of a lot less than I used to, thanks to Father in heaven. And so I'm going to take $500 and I'm going to contribute it to the fundraiser that we are doing today. The links to the fundraiser are going to be below the video. I've got to verify that they're all there on all my channels that we're live on right now. Bear with me for a moment while I double check that. Excuse me, guys. Okay. We do have the links set up now on both, multiple platforms here. Okay. I'm going to also be dropping those links into the comments as well.
There is one new tornado warning for Florida.
Because what we're going to do is anyone that's in Florida that's in a bad situation right now, and $100 would help them to have that immediately. And not the whole state of Florida. You've got to be down here basically from the tip of Florida where all these tornadoes are coming in at, up to the area where basically there's no severe weather. If you're outside, say north of Gainesville or north of St. Augustine or in the Panhandle, this fundraiser is not necessarily for you, even though I know some of you guys in Crystal River are still really struggling. Matter of fact, let's open it up for on your word. If you have integrity, on your word, if you're located in the path of Helene or in Florida, located in a area where you're in a bad spot, and $100 would make a difference in your improving your situation today, you'll be accepted and will be sent the funds, and hopefully they will help you out. So there's that. Now let me go ahead and
there is one new tornado warning for Florida.
Have another tornado warning in Florida. We already have our first person asking for assistance, which my assistant, Miss Kim, will be back here in a few minutes, and she's going to start responding and sending those funds out as quick as we can. I can't do the live show and do that exactly at the same time. Let's take a look at the updated satellite loop. It just updated.
There is one new tornado warning for Florida.
Another tornado warning. So there's about 12 or 13 right now. All of these supercells out here that are mixed in out here that are popping up, they're all producing tornadoes and water spouts over here. The eye intensity, it is not backing off. You can see the cloud tops are continuing to boil substantially. Not like now where you're looking at it when it's back over here. It's kind of flat looking. Right now, it started boiling again. And when you're someone like me that knows the things that I know, you know that they very well could be seeding these clouds and seeding this hurricane in order to try to get it to stay strong, because you might not realize it listening to this, but there's a war going on.
There is one new tornado warning for Florida.
And you're the enemy. These are current tornado and water spout warnings in Florida. Let's take a look at the most recent one to see where it's popping up at. Right here. Just south of Lake Okeechobee. Got a real problem with that word. So we have another tornado coming in, running up towards Lake Okeechobee, which if it goes over the lake and is touching the ground, it will be a water spout. It will be sucking up wildlife and throwing it onto the land. These storms are moving north and east at the same time. So anyone over in the area on the east side of Lake Okeechobee or to the north side is likely, you very well could go outside and find fish, snakes, alligators, whatever. The storm has the power. These tornadoes have the power to suck up. You could find these in your yard right now. As a matter of fact, there are multiple tornadoes tracking over Lake Okeechobee. Gosh. And of course, about 14 tornadoes in Florida right now. It's pretty widespread. South of Orlando and south of Kissimmee, there are many tornadoes. Likely many of them on the ground. They're likely tornadoes that are bouncing, hopefully, and not staying right on the ground.
New tornado warning for Florida.
We have another one that just popped up right here. Again, coming in over the lake. Okay, guys, I'm going to leave this running for a minute. I'm going to, our assistant is back, and we've got more people sending in messages asking for assistance, for emergency $100 assistance. And we're also asking for donations. The links, asking for y'all guys to help because my $500 is going to run out quick enough. I'm going to leave this running here for you and come back in just a minute with continue with the updates and continue with the information. And this will be switching screens while I'm gone, so you'll be able to keep up with the tornado warnings. You'll be able to see that map. Let me back it off just a little bit. And like I said, I'll be back in just a few. This is the number where you can text the word help. If $100 would help you, you can text this number and we'll respond to you as quick as we can get to you. And again, down below are the links where you can donate funds. And no, this is not on some kind of official donation site because this is going to be happening live on the spot. We're going to be sending out the money to help people that need a little bit of help live on the spot during the show and giving you updates on those things as we go along. So please consider donating a few dollars so that we'll have the money when I run out of my 500 to continue to send, because I'm sure there's going to be a lot. So stay tuned. I'll be back in about 5 minutes with more updates and more information of what's going on with Hurricane Milton and the unfortunate situation that we've got with the radar depicting that there are, in fact, some steam jets taking place. Right there, that surge that you're seeing coming across, that is a compression of the warmer winds below. And you can see the actual rain itself, moving twice the speed of the rest of the storm. As you can see right here, it zips across really fast. That is an example of a steam jet. Again, luckily, this is still out over the water. It's a very isolated, small spot where this has the potential to continue happening. But as this eye moves in closer onto the shore, if it continues, it can cause winds to be in excess of 200 miles an hour. It causes the southern part of the eye of the hurricane to act more like a tornado. It pushes the extreme winds right down on the ground. And that can be extremely dangerous. I'll be back, guys, in about 5 minutes with more updates. I'm going to put on a little music while I'm out. Hopefully you like it, and I'll be back in just a few minutes.
Just know you are right at home, 'cause we are here to share in all you have to bear. Jesus brought us all here together. Everything is in His hands. Don't you worry, we're here for you. You're not alone. Welcome to the body and soul of Jesus Christ.
Okay, guys, we are back, and we are going to give you kind of an update here on numerous things, including what we're doing with trying to help out people that are in bad spots. I know you might think that how could you be in a bad spot already? People can be in bad spots, and no matter who is who, they're human beings, and they deserve for another human being to reach out and to try to help them. There's people that can be stranded with no gas, no money to get a hotel. All kind of things can be going on due to this storm. And we, as the body of Christ, we have to step in and do what we can. And so I'm asking for y'all guys' assistance. If you're new here on the channel, I'm still asking for your assistance. And that is to go down below the video, and you'll see there are links down there in the more section or the description section where you can donate funds. Those funds, first off, I'm putting the first $500 up, and then those funds will also, anything that y'all guys send in during this live stream or in reference to this video, the live streams and stuff that have to do with Milton here, any funds that y'all guys send in, every dollar of it will be going to the people down there that need help. We already have several people that have sent in a request for help. And if you're out there and you're listening to this, but you're in a bad spot and $100 would really help you out, then you send the word help. You text the word help to that phone number, 843-284-3343, and we'll respond to you. Keep in mind that this is for Floridians only that are being affected by the hurricane, and you're in a bad spot and need somebody to bail you out, and there's nobody there for you. Well, there is going to be somebody there for you today, and that's going to be the Supernatural Show and the body of Christ. We're going to come together, and we're going to help these people and take some of the pressure off some of the people that are in the worst spots right now, because this is a Cat 4 hurricane coming in down there. There have been many reports of people running out of gas on the freeways and all kind of bad things going on. And we have the ability to help. So we are going to do what we can and help as much as we can. Let's take a look at our tornado map, get an update on that. As you can see, we've got quite a few tornadoes still under warning. And recently, 13 minutes ago, we had one in Palm Beach, Florida. 7 minutes ago, we had one in Brevard, Florida, near Indian River. 6 minutes ago, we had a new one pop up from Broward in Palm Beach, Florida. Let's take a look at these locations.
There is one new tornado warning for Florida.
And we just got another new one. This one is coming right across the edge of Lake Okeechobee, and it's coming right across the edge of that lake. And this again can and will produce water spouts sometimes. When an actual tornado touches the water surface, it will act like a vacuum and suck up fish and frogs and snakes and maybe even an alligator. And then it's going to dump it down on the western side, or excuse me, the eastern side of the lake, or up here to the north a little ways. Somewheres along in here, you may have objects, live critters falling out of the skies. Let's go back and take a look at the next location that we have a warning on, and that is here. Let's take a look at that one. That is this location here. Obviously, we've got a supercell located right in here. Let's turn on our radar and we'll see ourselves a supercell. Don't know if they're referring to this one because there's a warning right on top of it, but there's also one back here as well. So they're obviously seeing the spin in these storms and that are producing all these tornadoes. So you think that you're safe because you're way away from where the eye's coming in up here, but then you got tornadoes feeding in, coming in from the south on the eastern side of the storm. And we all know that tornadoes, while they're not as wide and as devastating overall, most of the time, especially ones that will be in a hurricane, they're going to be of a much smaller size. But they do more damage than even a hurricane. They can destroy a house, just wipe it out completely. However, bad news is that we basically have a tornado, which is a hurricane, coming in right at a Cat 4. Let's take a look at it on the satellite right now, or excuse me, the radar, and see if we are continuing to see. Yes, we are. Actually, that's the one from before. You see this imagery here. Talk about steam jets. This imagery, when you see that cloud and rain rush across really fast, a lot faster than the rest of the eye is turning, that is the production of a steam jet. Sting, as in like a stinger on a scorpion, a sting jet. And it's where the cold air from this cold front that's coming down, that's keeping this storm from going north anymore, is being pulled in and wrapped into the storm. And when that happens, it cuts off the rain down here. But what also happens, or can happen, is it can compress the warm, hot air that's circling the eye that's being sucked in from down here. And it can compress it, and it's a wind multiplier. It can cause the winds to increase. You're talking about if you've already got 150 mile an hour winds, when you get a sting jet, you're over 200. Okay. It is a smaller, isolated area. It's something that would just be probably in the range of 15 miles wide, which is very bad if you're in that 15 miles, but at least it's not the entire storm, of course. So I am continuing to see evidence that this thing is producing steam jets right there where that is moving so extremely fast. That's evidence. You can see it on the radar return from the droplets of water in the air that we are in fact seeing steam jets popping up in this hurricane, just like I spoke about several days ago. So now let's go back and let's take a look at the eye of the storm again and see if it looks like it's continuing. The cloud tops are continuing to bellow up. And I can tell you that they are already. You can see that there's intense convection that is going on here in the center of the eye. So this storm is not losing strength at this point. It's still high Cat 3 to a 4, even still to this point, and is strengthening still as it approaches the coast of Florida. If you're along right close, anywhere remotely close to the waterfront, guys, you've got to get away from that waterfront if you possibly can. I know it's about too late. I know the weather's already bad. At least get up high as you can somewheres. And I know high sounds scary too because of the winds, but water will kill you quicker than the wind will, is all I can say at this point. Let's take a look at the lightning that's going on in the storm. That gives you an idea as to how healthy the storm is. A storm that has a lot of lightning in the eastern and sometimes even in the northeastern quadrant of the storm is a storm that is healthy and is producing a lot of energy, and it's releasing some of it, of course, through the lightning. The lightning in a hurricane typically will be on the eastern or a lot of times more northeastern side of the storm. But at this point, we're seeing it.
Tornado warning for Florida.
Another tornado warning in Florida. We'll take a look again at those in just a moment here. As you can see, we've also got some lightning that's taking place close to the eye of the storm. Let's take a look historically back for the last hour and see what kind of lightning history for 1 hour. As you can see, all the additional dots shows us the pattern of lightning striking. And of course, when you see the new little circles pop up like that, that's a brand new lightning strike. We get a reading on these lightning strikes within 2.7 seconds, 2.9, 3.1 now, seconds, 2 seconds now, of the actual lightning bolt striking the ground. This is instantaneous. Within 2 seconds, you're able to read this. There's a network of sensors set up all over the country and all over the world. This is a private network that you're looking at here. This is not controlled or owned by the United States government. And as you can see, we just had a major flurry of lightning, a sign of intensification, or at least that the storm is healthy. Give me 1 second, guys. Do you say Cashman? Is that Cashman?
Yeah. Dollar sign.
We're helping someone right now that's messaging us. I'll be back with you in just a minute. Someone that's needing help is in a bad spot. He is a Floridian and he's a veteran. So we're going to try to help him out here. This is Franklin Walls, out of Franklin Walls. Let you go on here and just cash it. She's trying to get home so she can go on the show. So I want you to come here. I want you to put after you send people the money, come here with their name on their ID, the phone number, because you'll have that from Google Voice, with the amount you sent. And then if you still owe them some, like Russ goes, like you send him $29, because we don't have any other. Although we're working on getting some money transferred into the cash app account and send to them. Okay? Does that make sense? If it's just 100, it's 100, then they're good to go. But if it was say 40, then we still have to send them 60. Then once we send them 60, we come back and complete that and update that. Right? This was.
I'm having to write it down.
Well, you can put it on that sheet.
I know.
Put there. Put your ID in here. See what I'm saying? So you can look there. This guy's name again. Franklin Walls, Florida.
What's the amount that you would send? 100
It's gonna be 100
altogether.
total to you.
Okay.
Franklin Walls out of Cocoa, Florida. We're working on your emergency funds right now. You should have just received a text coming back to you, or actually several at this point. Thank you for sending in your ID so that we can verify that you're really in Florida. And on your honor, you're a person that probably has some honor. I know you've been a viewer of the show for a while, and also you're a veteran as well. So we're working on those funds. I don't have a lot of funds in my Cash App, which is the way that you wanted it sent to you. But we're trying to move some funds from PayPal to Cash App. And so we might send you a partial payment and then come behind it with the rest of it. Okay. So we're working on it, brother. All right. Let's get back to what we're doing here. Okay, guys. Again, what we are doing is we are covering the storm, discussing the weather, discussing what the current status of the weather system is. We're especially watching the eye of the storm for potential sting jets, and we're watching the eastern portion of the storm for all the tornadoes that have been popping up in the storm. There's another one.
There is one new tornado warning for Florida.
Right there, right around just south of Jensen Beach. You have a tornado apparently on the ground, or at least located on radar. They can see it. So just south of Jensen Beach, looks like in the area of Stewart. And it is moving northwest currently on the track. So we're keeping up with the tornadoes. We're keeping up with the eye wall and watching to look for intensification, which we are continuing to see. The storm itself is weakening in one way and intensifying in two ways. It's weakening in one way because there is cold air coming down. You can see the cold air up here in the upper left-hand side, those little small clouds. If I come out If I back out a little bit, you can probably see it a little better.
There
Well,
is one new tornado warning for Florida.
let me just come in right here. You can see these little small clouds here coming down, and this is the cold air being circulated down, and it wraps around and then ends up coming into the area of the eye, which you can see it wrapping around here. When it wraps into the storm, it has the potential to create what's called a steam jet on the southern part of the storm. It's a small isolated area on the southern part of the eye where this cold air will compress the warm, moist air below. And when it compresses it, it causes it to speed up. It's kind of the opposite of how wind has to go across a mountain. Like when Helene went up into the mountains of North Carolina and Virginia and all that, when the wind hits the mountains, it has to rise. And when it rises, it gets compressed. And when it gets compressed, it has to move faster. And then you've got the reverse of a steam jet. In this case, it's produced by the cold air coming down, spinning around the backside, which is why we are losing the rain on the backside, or the south side of the storm. We're losing the moisture. That's because there is cold air wrapping around down here, but it's still feeding substantial moisture up from the south. As I back off here and take a little bit wider look, of course, it's got all of this warm air down here that is being pulled and sucked in. So that's its gas. It's got plenty of it coming up, of course. And then you've got this cooler air, which is coming down from the north, from this cold front that's come down, because it's been about 70 degrees in South Carolina all day, and woke up this morning, it was 59. So there's cold air aloft, wraps in. When it wraps in like that, it knocks the bottom part of the rain out. But what happens, or can happen, and we have seen evidence of that, is that it can produce what's called a steam jet. And the steam jet will be visible sometimes on radar because of, you can see the bottom part like that speed up substantially. Let me see if I can get a magnifier here so you can see what I'm seeing, and pull it up for you to be able to see. It's a little tricky, guys, so I'm having to work my way down to it here. Okay. You should be able to see that pretty well now. Do you see the area of rain? This is a radar, so you see the area of water come around the top of the eye, and you can see here in just a second, here to come looping around really fast. Do you see that extreme fast movement? That's 250 mile an hour winds moving that area, because this cold air is coming from aloft and it's pressing down on the warm, moist air circulating around the eye below, and causes it to.
There is one new tornado warning for Florida.
Causes it to compress, and when you compress air or water, it speeds up. So that's what you're seeing there. In that is the compression and the speeding up of that wind, and it does look like it's booking compared to the rest of the eye there. If this continues as it goes ashore, there will be areas that there will not be nothing left if these steam jets continue to manifest. We're going to try to watch them here on the radar as long as we can. Now let me see if I can remember how to turn off the magnifier. Oh boy, hang on guys, we're getting all wild looking here.
If you want to go ahead and send that man money,
Hang on. Thank goodness. I got to get that down slightly better, don't I, guys? All right. I think there's an option where I can use just a small window. I'll do that next time. So, guys, what we're doing is we're trying to get the people down there that are in the worst spots possible, people that are in a bad shape. At the same time, updating y'all guys on exactly what's going on with the storm.
There are 3 new warnings affecting Florida.
And we're taking donations. I put up the first $500 and I'm asking for help to produce enough money to be able to send to people who are in the worst spots. We're only talking about $100 per person that we're going to be sending the money out to. All you have to do in order to, that's the call-in number. We're not doing that right now. All you have to do is text the word help to 843-284-3343. And as long as we have the funds, and assuming people start sending some funds in, because we haven't, I think we've received 1 donation so far. And we'll use my 500 and we're going to use the funds coming in, all of it, and we're going to be sending it to these people that are broke down, out of gas. All they've got is their cell phone, and they found this video and they're watching what's going on and they hear about this, and we send them the $100. It's a $100 one-time donation that we'll be sending to anyone. You're going to have a Floridian ID, however. And if you're a veteran, feel free to send that ID too. We just were communicating just a moment ago with a veteran down there. What was his name again? You remember? Franklin, I think it was. And some help is on the way to you, buddy, as quick as we can get organized here. We're working on it. All right, guys, I am going to assume y'all guys are going to help with this so that we have the funds to send to these guys. We've got several people asking for assistance at this point, and we're glad to help y'all guys. This is what the body of Christ is supposed to do. Come together when times get hard, and our Father in heaven will bless us openly and bless us greatly. If that were not true, I would not be able to do what I do, because I've been doing this for 15 years. And for 10 of those 15 years, I've relied completely 100% on donations in order to be able to not only survive, but to also be productive of bringing people the truth about world events, whether it be weather or whatever. But that's how I've been able to survive. So I know Father does bless you for doing good deeds. You have to do it with a good heart, and Father does bless us. I'm living proof of it. So I'm going to go ahead and step away, take another quick break, guys. This is a good opportunity for y'all guys to send $5 in as a donation. The links are below. And I'm going to go ahead also, because let me find my, I'm going to go ahead and drop a couple of links here directly into the chat. Hang on just a second, guys. Just getting something ready. That way I can paste it into the chat. All right. I think that went out. Yep. Okay, it may not show up as a link, or it might. I'm not sure on your side, depending on where you're at. Let's see here.
There is one new tornado warning for Florida.
It's not showing. It's kind of breaking apart the links. If you go below the video, guys, in the more section or in the description area, you will see the links. Matter of fact, I will come here right now, and I'm going to repost this. That is the link to the PayPal account where I'm going to be funding people out of. And let me get the link to the Cash App that I'm going to be funding out of. There goes the Cash App in the chat. And guys, I can't do a very good job at this if y'all guys don't help me. We'll run out of money fast, I'm sure, because word spreads when this kind of stuff goes on, when people hand out help, you know. And there's very little of this kind of thing where it's on the spot, emergency, you get the money now. All you got to have is a PayPal account, Cash App, or Venmo, and you send in, text the word help to 843-284-3343, and then we'll respond to that and give you some further instructions, okay? And but keep in mind, you are going to have a Florida ID of some type. We're going to be requiring that because, well, you know why. I don't have to explain it. So with that said, let's check here in on the lightning real quick, and our warnings map at the same time, and our other maps are in good shape. So I'm going to give myself a small break here, and then we're going to come back again and do it again. So stay tuned, and I will be back here very shortly. And while I'm gone, I'll go ahead and play some music. Franklin, if you're listening out there, it looks like your link to your PayPal thing is working. So you should have the $100 in a matter of just a few minutes. Okay, literally like 1 or 2 minutes. All right. So I hope that helps you, brother. And I'm going to go ahead and continue to take a little quick break here. Well, I say break. We're working our butt off in the background. Okay, guys, we are back. We're going to give another update on what's going on, what we can see with the storm, and what's going on with that, and the tornado warnings that are out there, and also Franklin Walls, I believe it is.
You got it.
Franklin Walls, your money should be in your account.
You got it.
You got it. We already got a response.
Yep.
I already got a response. So thank you, guys. The ones of you who are starting to contribute to this, whatever you want to call it, try to help people that are in the worst possible condition, where $100 would be a big help for them down there in Florida. So if you're in Florida and you're watching this live stream, what we're doing is we have we are sending funds out, $100 to each person. You're going to have to send your ID. What you do is you're going to text help to 843-284-3343. And right after that, I would go ahead and suggest that you take a picture of your Florida ID. It has to be a Florida ID. Otherwise, you might be in Nairobi or somewheres. And I'm not going to do that. So, but if you're in Florida and you need $100 would help make you have a little better situation, then you send that text to 843-284-3343 and put the word help. Send that and then back it up with a picture of your ID. And I'm also going to need to know if you would prefer Cash App, PayPal, or Venmo, and give us an ID to that account, to your account, or if you can screen capture your QR code. Some of these type of accounts have QR codes, and it makes it easy for us to be able to find your account, because we have to know for sure that we're sending it to your account. I just noticed, looking at the radar here, what looked like another potential steam jet that has taken place. Let me see if I can work out my magnifier here where I can show you what I'm talking about. Let me pull this down on a different screen so it ain't in the way. This is the Supernatural Show. Our website is thesupernatural.show. And I'm Daniel Alexander Cannon. And we're trying to make a few people's day a little better today, if they're in a position of needing help. Plus, along the way, we're watching the weather, giving out any warnings or advice we can possibly give, and be there for you in this dark hour, because many of you are down there in this dark hour. And I do realize many of you are going to lose your internet, phone service, and probably everything. That's why we're trying to do it before the eye comes ashore and goes across Florida. There's already obviously destruction taking place, but we're going to do our best. Okay, let's turn our magnifier back on. And let's come here where you can see the eye of this storm. And I got a phone call coming in. This is my co-host to the Supernatural Show. My co-host to the Supernatural Show is calling me right now, so I got to speak to her real quick. So give me just a moment to step aside. Hey, Shannon.
My computer has to, so.
There is one new special marine warning.
Okay. All right. Let me step out here,
There is one new tornado warning for Florida.
One second, okay. Okay, guys, I'm going to take a small break to update my co-host, which is going to be joining us on the show here in just a moment, and get her updated, and then she'll be joining us. But I'm going to step away for just a couple of minutes. So if those of you that are out there, if you're willing to assist with the funds going out to these people that are being affected down in Florida, we're sending them $100. Pretty much no questions asked, other than the fact that they have to prove that they're in Florida. And Florida's taken a beating as of late. Of course, Helene came through there along with now Milton, and this Milton is still Category 4 basically. And we are seeing radar signatures of Sting jets, and the eye is still offshore. So luckily, the Sting jets so far have been offshore, but we're still watching. I've seen 2 so far. But we'll be going all over all that. And
there is one new tornado warning for Florida.
Another tornado warning for Florida there, of course, as you can hear. And but we'll be back here in just a few minutes. So if you can help out, even if it's obviously if you're in Florida, you need your money. But if you're in some other state or maybe even overseas, if you can help out with $5, $50, $100, whatever it is, send it. The links are below. The links are in the chat. I put them in the chat a little earlier, and the links are below the videos as well. And those funds are going directly into my accounts, which I'm going to be sending directly out. And we're going to open up the phone lines here in a little bit, so we might be able to take a phone call or two here in a little bit too from those of you that are in Florida, maybe even the people who we've sent the money to, so to help them out. But with that being said, I'll be back in about 5 minutes. So y'all guys stay tuned, and I'll put you some music on again while I'm away from the live feed here. I'll be right back, guys. Okay, guys, I am back, and we're continuing working and communicating with the people out there that are asking for assistance, emergency assistance. And Miss Kim's beating her fingertips off over here, working on it, trying to get it all going out there. I know she's communicating with about a half a dozen of you right now. And so hang in there, answer her questions. Make sure when you send your ID that it's a picture that's clear so we can see it good. And don't turn your flash on when you take the picture. Leave the flash off. Make sure you're in an area that's got some light, but leave the flash off because it's creating a glare on a couple of your IDs that you've sent in. Makes it more difficult to help you. So, because we got to verify you're a Floridian to get this assistance today. All right, let's see here. I'm going to, Shannon, my co-host, is going to be joining us here in just a minute. So it's just a matter of a few minutes before she'll be here. And let me put the phone number back up again. In case you're out there and you're watching this live stream and you're in Florida, this is an opportunity if you need it. And I'm asking if you've got funds, good, decent amount of funds, more than $100 already in your account, to allow somebody else that really needs help to get that $100. But if you need help, text help to 843-284-3343. And we will be communicating with you and getting those funds to you. And we're also, of course, asking for those of you out there to donate, whether it be $1, $5, $50, heck, $500. If you're so inclined, donate, and that way we can help the people down there. This is our job. This is my job for sure, and I ask for you to make it your job to assist and help these people. It's our job as the body of Christ to help people in these bad situations. And you say, well, it's just a hurricane, Daniel. No, it's not just a hurricane. Did you see what they just did to North Carolina and to Tennessee and Virginia and all those areas up there? Do you see that? Do you know that hurricanes don't supposed to go across mountains? It's never happened before. A full-fledged steel tropical storm level, maybe even Cat 1. I'm not sure what it was by the time it got there. But I'm in South Carolina, so it came right through here and went up there, and those people are still stuck. I guarantee you there's still people stuck in their cabin, maybe even in a life-threatening situation that hasn't been able to get help from anyone yet. I can guarantee you there's probably 10,000, if not more, still up there because it's a very large area. All right, let's jump back on the weather here and take a look and try to do a little update as to what we're seeing here with this storm. Let's take a closer look at the eye. What we're doing is we're looking on the southern side of the eye for extremely fast moving radar returns. We've seen 2 so far during this broadcast where we're getting, and I'm seeing some interesting anomalies as well showing up on this radar return. Let me show you. See that right there? That's not normal. That's Doppler radar. See, most people don't realize is that the weather systems are modifiable. They can be intensified or de-intensified. And not just weather, but fire. Nature itself is under the control in a lot of ways from the controllers that run this world. And they are out to achieve some goals. They set them out as called the UN Agenda 2030. They also had UN Agenda 2021. That was related to the pandemic that we just went through where they're trying to get needles in everybody's arms. And now they've been doing this for years over in California and many places around the world. It's not just about the United States. Every country in this world, for the most part, is under attack in one way or another. Some ways it's actually physical war like we're seeing in the Middle East, and so in other ways they're using things that most people normally consider to be natural, like weather or fire or earthquakes and things like that, tsunamis. They're using these things. They have the technology. They've studied nature. They understand how they work. And they understand, because they understand how they work, they understand how to modify them. If we look up here too, we're seeing some anomalous returns as well on the radar. But that doesn't look that concerning. What's interesting is this one right here. These lines that are flashing right there. That is Doppler radar is what that is. And yeah, I know Doppler radar is what's showing us this image. But it's anytime you start seeing signatures of the Doppler out here like that, it can be the result of weather modification. This storm grew from being nothing to a full-fledged Cat 5 hurricane in 2 days. It went from being a tropical storm to being a Cat 5 in 14 hours. It was, I stated one time, it was the strongest storm in history. Actually, it's number 2. It was the number 2 strongest storm in history. But it's the fastest intensifying hurricane of all time. There is no hurricane that's ever went from tropical storm to Cat 5 in 14 hours. It broke all records, smashed them. So now let's take a look. And again, Shannon, my co-host, will be joining any minute. She'll pop in and start talking. Let's take a look at some other imagery here. Let's look back at the satellite loop, which is up to date within 15 minutes, and look for intensification in the area of the eye, as well as thunderstorm supercells popping up over here on the East Coast. You can see there's still a lot of that happening. Luckily, that band looks like it's about to move offshore within the next 30 minutes here. That band that's got all of these tornadoes in it is about to move offshore, but it's not offshore yet, and it's still producing substantial tornadic activity. They're talking about, of course, tornadoes in the inlet areas, which are, of course, they call them water spouts, where they're over water. And we've got a very large warning area here with that going on. Oops. I'll actually know what I'm doing one day. So here you have this huge box, which is all of these supercells in a line. Here's one here, here's one here, here's one here. Of course, multiple ones over here as well, and one down here as well. And then all these down here following it up. These are all tornadic supercells. They're very similar to how a hurricane works, except for they're much tighter toroidal motion of the air, and of course can have much higher winds than a hurricane can even produce. And we've got the eye over here. As you can see, it's getting very close. This is the northern wall of the hurricane, northern eye. And you look at this and you would think, well, that's just like a Cat 1. No, it's not. This has still got the winds of a upper level Cat 3 right now. And the winds are spinning in this realm of area at that level. And in addition to that, we're watching very closely the actual radar rain loop, looking for any signs of steam jets. And out here over the ocean, they don't matter too much. And they only happen on the lower portion of the eye wall. down here where there's very little rain. We've got cold air rushing down, coming around and wrapping into the storm. And when that happens, there's a phenomenon in this situation that can happen, which is called a sting jet. It's where the cold air is aloft, up high, coming wrapping around and wrapping into the eye, and it disrupts the eye, cuts off the rain on the lower part of the eye, doesn't cut off the winds, but what it does is it compresses.
There is one new tornado warning for Florida.
It compresses the warm, moist air below. And when that compression happens, it causes it to speed up, of course, and you get a phenomenon called a steam jet. And we've seen what looks like radar indicated evidence of 2 steam jets, maybe 3 so far. That one that you see right there even looked very, very close to what would be called a steam jet. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Let me make my box just a little bit bigger. All right, let's magnify this area so y'all guys can see it a little bit better. What we're looking for, guys, is we're looking for unusually fast-moving radar return. So you're seeing water drops in the air, and they're being blown extremely fast. You see one taking place, what looks like to me, right there, right where my mouse is at. When that green passes through it, right there. See how fast it gets? And this whips around up the eastern side of the storm. That would be likely a steam jet. So that would be the third one that we've seen on the show today. And these steam jets right now, it's over water, but when they come in over land, and if this happens, what happens, because it compresses and speeds the air, is you'll end up with a wind speed that was 150, or maybe further inland, say 120. It compresses it, and you end up with wind speeds of, if it was 150, you would be over 200 miles an hour. And if you're talking 120, it'd probably be 170, 180 mile an hour winds because of the compression that the steam jet does, and causes exactly what you're seeing there, how fast that right there, how fast it's spinning around. You see that? That's abnormal speed, and that gives you an idea that the southern portion of the storm is moving faster than the eastern, northern, and western side. That southern side, this is a phenomenon that was supposedly discovered in the 80s. I can't imagine that they didn't know about it before then, but that's what it says in Wikipedia anyways. Give me a drink of water, guys. My throat is starting to get dry. Well, let's turn off my magnifier and let's take a look, see what we can see here. Let's check on the lightning, because lightning is a big indicator of storm strength as well. Well, there's a lot of lightning. Still got a lot of lightning. One thing that most people don't understand about a hurricane is a generator, is exactly like a generator, but it's working in the opposite way, if that makes any sense to you. Most people don't realize that a hurricane is actually two lows. You have a lower level low that spins on the bottom, that's closest to the ground and to the water. And then you have what's called a mid-level low. That's why it takes the lower level low and the upper level low. The upper level low has to slide down from the northeast, because the upper level low will always form in the northeast of the lower level low. And it has to slide down as the storm strengthens and get right on top of the lower level low. And then it can start spinning on up to Cat 3, Cat 4, Cat 5. You can't, until the lower level low and the mid-level low couple, until they couple right on top of each other, you can't get anything above about a Category 2 hurricane. But once they do couple, it's on then, as you can see. because we still are coupled in this storm here. We still have a good eye. The only thing is that the eye is losing its southern side moisture, and that is strictly happening because of the cold air incursion coming in from the north, which you can see as I back out here a little bit. We all know that there's been a cold front to come down from the north. It's cooled everything off, and you can see these little small clouds here streaming down, coming out of the north, and they're streaming down, and they're coming down here, and they're wrapping around the eye. But they're aloft, they're up high, they're not down with the lower level, they're up in the upper levels, and they come down, and when they wrap in, they create a pressure downwards on the warmer, moisture air below, and it pressurizes it, and that's where we get our steam jets at. Okay. And we've got quite the interesting looking storm here, don't we? Look at the clouds coming out of the upper northern part of the storm all the way up, going into Virginia now. Nature is amazing, but what really upsets me with these storms and the other events that are taking places like the fires and earthquakes and tsunamis is that the people that run this world, they have studied nature long enough that they know how to influence it and make some of these things actually happen. Pardon me for just a second, guys. That's the only method they have. Over low end funds in our cash app. Do they have Venmo or PayPal? Okay, so we're low on cash. We're low on Venmo too. Everybody else who lives here, but you check see that PayPal. We're trying to move some funds around because we don't have a lot of money in every account. Our cash app and our Venmo is a little low, so if you've sent us a message and you're wanting to use Cash App or Venmo, we're trying to figure out how to move some money around. Or if you have PayPal, we would prefer PayPal because that's where the majority of the funds to send to y'all guys is at right now, is in our PayPal. You see down here on this part of the storm right here. Let me bring up my magnifier again. Right down here, you can see all this air coming down right here. This is cold air actually being intruded into the Gulf, or cooler air at least. And it's coming down, and some of it ends up, it gets sucked into this vortex and comes in, and it knocks out the lower half.
There is one new tornado warning for Florida.
Knocks out the lower half of the condensation, the ability for the storm to produce condensation, but it doesn't slow the wind down. It actually.
There is one new tornado warning for Florida.
So we have two more tornado warnings. Let's go ahead and jump over and take a look and see where those are at. Maybe we can give somebody a moment's notice in case you're listening to this stream. Let's go ahead and open this up. Let's go down. Actually, let's go down and let's look and see what those were. We've got one in Indian River, St. Lucie, and we've got one in Palm Beach. Of course, we've got another one in Martin and St. Lucie, another one in Palm Beach, and another one in Okeechobee area, and another one in Orange, all in Florida there, of course. Let's take a look at the one in Indian. That's right in this area here. I would assume it's referring to this supercell right here. Let's see, that's Port Pierce, Vero Beach. I mean, there's tornadoes all over the places out there, guys. Uh, there's so many, it's hard to focus on what. I mean, look at this storm up here. There's two supercells right here beside each other. And I would bet that there's a tornado in one or both of these. I mean, it's not that far of a stretch because it is in a warning area. And of course, we got numerous other tornadoes all around here. If you're in the path of any of these warning areas, guys, you say, well, the wind ain't that bad outside right now. You got to realize tornado, okay? It doesn't hurt, to check in with your Father in heaven, and ask him for his supernatural protection to be upon you. In his Son's name, Yahushua HaMashiach, or Jesus Christ, or Yeshua Christos in Greek. Yahushua HaMashiach is in Hebrew. Jesus Christ in English, of course. Right now we've got, of course, a warning area here up in the area of, looks like it's going to be coming into the area of the Orange County landfill, coming across through there in Orange County, heading up towards Winter Park, and just to the east of Orlando, coming across just east of Orlando, which is right here, of course. Let's go on back down, take a look at a few of these other ones down here. We've got this one here, which is coming along. It's west of Port St. Lucie, but they have their own tornadoes over there. But it's coming along here. There's the south side of St. Lucie County. There is a tornadic storm in approximately this location coming up Highway 70. Looks like highway. I think that's a highway. Highway 709. Basically heading northeast. North. Basically north. And then we've got numerous ones down here as well. We've got this one down here coming up into the same area, just a little further to the east. If you're in Stewart or any of these areas here, you need to be aware, especially Port St. Lucie and along the beach here, along the east coast of Florida, Jensen Beach, the Stewart area, all these areas, even Jupiter. Jupiter might be not currently in the path, but this line of storms here is going to move over and be upon the Lucie area and the Palm Beach Gardens and North Palm Beach and Riviera Beach, West Palm Beach. All these are going to be in the path of the tornadoes. They're moving basically in somewhat of a line, as you can see. And this line is going to continue to shift east as the storm moves east. And as this line shifts east, there's going to be additional supercells coming up from the south. If you notice down here, there's these additional lines of moisture coming up. You can at any time get a supercell that pops up along these lines and in these smaller storms that's coming up. But these at the moment don't look as threatening as what we have up here to the north. Like right in this area here, I mean, this is a bad looking area. This is good. This is actually just barely offshore, but you're talking about a lot of tornadoes right along through where everybody has all their boats and their fancy beachfront houses and all of that kind of thing is what we're looking at here. Tornadoes galore. It actually is, there's less tornadoes now than there were an hour ago. We've been live now for 2 hours. We're going to try to go a little bit longer. And then we'll probably come live again either tonight or tomorrow morning. And just to make it clear, what we're doing is we're trying to help people that are in the path in Florida, in the path of Milton, and that you're in a tight spot. You're, for whatever reasons, you just don't have any money left, or you're very low on funds, and a simple $100 would help you out. If that's the case, then we're going to try to get $100 to you. If you do need help, you can send a text to 843-284-3343, and we will try to get $100 to you. Currently, our funds are holding out for the moment, but knowing that we're going into tomorrow, and we're going to be doing additional live streams and possibly fundraising, doing something very similar to this again, maybe tonight or even tomorrow, for sure tomorrow, probably multiple times tomorrow, in order to try to help these people that are in the worst spot. You say, well, Daniel, they don't have any money because they've made bad choices. Are you sure? I've had points in my life where I didn't have any money, and I made a lot of great choices, good choices, but life sometimes has a way of slapping you on your back. And if you happen to be caught in those situations, thank goodness, or thank God that you're not in that situation right now, but you can be on your feet today. Take, for instance, our people that we did the fundraiser for this past week, where grand total was somewhere around $4,300 that we raised for a entire family that lost their house, lost 3 cars, lost everything they had to the storm surge that came in off the ocean. They're up in Crystal River, up in this area here in the Big Bend of Florida, and they lost everything. And we jumped in, and with the help of some others and some of their family, we were able to raise over $4,000 for them. I thought with this storm, we're going to attack it from the beginning a little different, and that is try to get money to people that are just in a bad spot, period, and they need $100. And I contributed up to $500 of my own money that I had come in from a donation to me.
There is one new tornado warning for Florida.
And to my show just yesterday. And of course, asking for assistance from anyone that's out there as well that feels like people deserve help. Looking at this little storm that doesn't mean nothing to nobody really out here, but I bet you that there's a water spout in that storm right there too as well. But it's out off the coast, so we ain't got to worry about it anymore. What we're really looking at now is, of course, the area of the tornadoes, which we still have a very large area. This big box is just a box saying that you can have a tornado anywhere in here. And then, of course, we've got some specific warnings down here for these supercells as well. But now what we're dealing with that's even worse is the eye is about to come ashore. It's really beginning to come ashore. Basically, it looks like to me it's actually touching about Sarasota and Bradenton, down around where the Freedom Factory is at in Florida, where a YouTuber, he started out with kind of like not really nothing and started a YouTube channel, and actually now he owns a racetrack in this area here. Matter of fact, I think it's somewhere's right in here. I can't remember exactly where he's positioned at, but he's somewhere's along right in here. Anyways, he's down there, and if you happen to be listening, I wish you the best, my brother. I know you said you were going to ride it out. Well, I hope that was a good decision, because if you put your eyes on Bradenton, which is in the center of the screen, and I turn this back on, we're right here. You've got the eye wall coming in on you right now with winds in the range of 130 to 150 miles an hour. And you also have the potential for sting jets due to the way this storm is playing out, as you can see here, the southern part of the storm, the moisture has eroded, but that is no actual indication as to the true nature of the storm. It kind of looks like we've went through somewhat of what's called an eye wall replacement cycle, and the eye wall is actually trying to close back in a complete enclosement. Let me get my my zoomer back out again and try to show it to you a little bit better than what you can see there. So you can see the eye wall itself, and you can see that the lower part is some of the moisture and rain is starting to try to wrap back around that eye, which makes absolutely no sense because it shouldn't do that, but it is. And mainly what we're watching out for down here, guys, is we're watching out for extremely fast moving water droplets on radar. I just seen one just now that was moving pretty fast. Let me see if I can put my mouse right where it's actually doing it at right now. I think it's about right there. Let that cycle around one more time, and you'll see the radar return is moving really fast. You see it whip around. Watch that whip right there. That is winds moving in excess probably of 200 miles an hour. You can't, those are water droplets you're looking at. The return from the radar, it's water droplets. Explain to me how those water droplets get around that hurricane eye so fast. It's because it's doing something called a sting jet due to the cold air coming in from the north, looping around the backside of the storm. If you never heard of a sting jet, you can look it up. Of course, there's a Wikipedia article about it, but basically it's a scenario similar to this, where you get cold air coming in from back here, looping into the eye of a storm. In this case, this isn't a real full-fledged hurricane, but it's a extra tropical, it looks like to me. And you get a cold air coming in and compressing down on top of the warm air below. It compresses it, which causes it to speed up, and it whips around the eye of the storm, which is what we're seeing. Luckily, it doesn't go all the way around the storm. It's doing. It's just the southern portion of the eye wall, basically, is what we're talking about. My voice is working on me. Well, I told you Shannon be showing up, but I don't.
Computer to update. I might have to send her a link to her phone.
She can't get a computer to update.
She said this is ridiculous. This update takes way too long. I'm so sorry.
All right, let's see. Well, let's see what we're going to do now. I think I'm going to
Oh boy, we got somebody else.
drop a couple of links. I'm going to drop
All right, I'm sending her a link.
into the chat. Dropping into the chat. Excuse me, that ain't the chat. Dropping into the chat a link where y'all guys, if you feel so inclined and you think these people deserve a little hand up that are down there in the worst possible situations where $100 would make a difference in their life right now. That is the PayPal link that I just dropped in the comments. All the links are also as well in the under the video in the more section or the description. You have them there as well. And here comes the Cash App link. Now this money, guys, it's not money for me. This is money for the people. And if more than is needed for today comes in, I'll be using it tomorrow, because we'll be doing the same type of live stream again tomorrow, where we're going to be raising funds for people in the worst possible positions. Imagine being in Florida and $100 would make a big difference in your life. Imagine if actually someone stood up and helped you get it. The way we're able to do this is only through PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. Hang on just a second, guys. I'll be right there.
There is one new special marine warning.
Got to talk to Miss Kim for a second, but I went ahead and dropped also the Venmo link is in the chat right now as well. I see Frank Walls is here. Frank is one of our people we were able to help down there in the last 30 minutes or so. And you're welcome, Frank. I'm glad we were able to help you, buddy. Frank, why don't you type in a message and let the people know how that we did in fact send you $100 down to Florida, and of course I don't know you, but you're still my brother, so we're glad that we were able to do this and be able to help you, and we're helping numerous other people right now as we're live. So send me another one if you don't mind, Frank, letting the people know what we did.
There is one new tornado warning for Florida.
Because some people wonder. Guys, unfortunately, I just got a message coming in out of Georgia asking for us to assist them. And you have to understand, if I open that door to help people in other states, it'll drain the money that's here and available currently for the people that are in the worst possible situation being affected by this hurricane right now.
For Florida.
And Shannon's pushing buttons, I see.
Here. I'm finally here.
Yay!
Yeah.
She made it.
So guys, I got to stick with my word. I can't send money to Georgia and other places in this fundraiser right now. This is focused on Florida. They've got a hurricane on their head. They've got major tornado outbreaks on their head. They've got an eye wall coming in with winds of 150 mile an hour that is producing what appears to be on radar sting jets. Welcome to the show, I guess you would say, Shannon. I've been watching the eye wall. I've been talking about sting jets.
Yeah.
And I've seen evidence of at least 3 already where you can see the radar return is showing where the water droplets, because that's what the radar is showing us, is water droplets and water droplet size, showing where it's streaking across the southern side of the eye extremely fast, about twice the speed of the rest of the rotation that can be seen. So I would say at a minimum, we've seen 3 sting jets already. Let me show you one that kind of looks like a sting jet. I'll show you on the screen, Shannon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you see that there?
Yeah.
Okay, now watch for excessively fast moving green area.
There is one new tornado warning for Florida.
You can see it come from here and shoot across the bottom side of the eye here at the very beginning of the loop, right there. See how fast it came from here across like that? Watch it again. It just shoots across extremely fast. That's water droplets that are being pushed by 200-mile-an-hour winds. I don't know the exact speed. I'm guessing, but the uh, I can see the rest of the speed of the rotation of the water droplets, and then all of a sudden you get an accelerated area that just spins around through it really fast. That is a steam jet. And I can also see that the southern part of the eye is trying to close back off again, which would mean that we may be losing, which is good and bad news. We may be losing the intrusion of the cold air, and the storm's trying to wrap itself back up again. See how it's trying to wrap back around on the bottom, Shannon?
Right.
Yeah. So it's like, I don't know how there's any good news in any of this, I guess. But yeah, this is kind of where we're at. Hey, feel free to talk, Shannon. I have to keep checking in with Miss Kim on things that are going on with people communicating with us.
No problem. I really cannot stress how unprecedented this is. I know we are all in awe and stressing for those that we know and love. I know I do have a loved one who's in Orlando right now, and even though it's not in the exact path, it's still going to be hit. And it's, the whole of Florida in this sense is going to see some crazy weather here. But the fact that there's so many tornadoes, this is just crazy to me. I've just never seen anything like this.
Yeah, we'll take another look at the tornado current situation. There's a little less now, maybe, than there was earlier, but we've still got any area that's got in this intense red, which is, again, what that intense red means is that there is very large water droplets. And the only way you get large water droplets is if you have lift, a lot of lift, which in these supercells, you get so much lift that you get what's called hail. The large water droplets go up, and they go up so high because of the lift, and this lift is a spin. And they go and they spin up to the top of the storm, and then they freeze, and the storm spits them out over the edge, kind of. They go out the top of the spin, but on the bottom of the spin, you end up with a tornado that comes down on the ground. And so any area you see that's a real heavy red is going to be a supercell. I mean, there's a line of them basically from here, the smaller one here, of course, and then wrapping back around this way. And of course, you have tornado warnings everywhere. Let's see what this one says. Radar indicated, located near Patrick Air Force Base, moving northwest at about 40 miles an hour. Let's see what this one says here. This one is located near South Patrick Shores or near Satellite Beach, moving northwest at 35 miles an hour. One down here below, this is a really a large area that's got multiple supercells in it. It says near Fort Prince Inlet, and again, they've got more of them down here below. Here's another one. This is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. This one has been verified by observation. This one is on the ground, and that is in the Vero Beach area. If you're in the Vero Beach or just north of Vero Beach, you better be, because this is said to be a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. And I would imagine it is just north of Vero Beach right now on the ground. If we come on a little further south, take a look at what this one says. Tornado producing storm was located over North River Shores or over Palm City, moving north at 30 mile an hour. This one is also confirmed, was observed. It is on the ground.
Do we have access to live stream footage
Of
by any
what?
chance of the storm, like on the ground? Just
Well, the only way you'd have to hunt down a live stream cam
right.
if you want to see if you can hunt any down. But the chances of catching one is probably pretty slim. But you can attempt it. I kind of got my hands full already, but
Yeah.
um, yeah, take a look and see if you can find it. The way to do it would be like this right here. Take this area, which was just north of Vero Beach. You know, let me try.
I'm finding some stuff here.
This is just north of Vero Beach. Basically, these outer lying little islands and everything there. That's where this tornado is currently at, just north of Guilford.
Hmm.
You'd be talking probably a water spout at the same time because it's crossing water. And anytime you have a water spout, of course, you're going to potentially have marine animals and freshwater animals that are being sucked up in the vortex and being spit out onto the land. So if it's raining fish in Vero Beach, don't be surprised.
Oh no, Sharknado. That's all I can think of.
Sharknado, yeah.
Oh my dude.
Let's take a look at this one down on the south end. We looked at the one just north of it for a moment there, and it said that it's North River Shores over Palm City, moving north at 30 mile an hour. It is confirmed and on the ground as well. And then we have another one. This one is radar indicated, so no observation, but it's over North County Airport near Palm Beach Gardens, radar indicated. And again, this line of storms hopefully will be completely over the ocean here in just a little bit, but there's still going to be more feeding across down in here likely throughout the evening. And then you're going to have the front side where they'll be feeding up through here some. So if you're on the east coast of Florida, you better be on your toes and taking it serious, because no, you ain't getting the eye wall, which is really dangerous, but tornadoes are nothing to play with, that's for sure. And of course, our eye wall is very close, basically coming on shore now in about Sarasota, Bradenton, just south of St. Petersburg, and it's coming ashore as we speak. So any potential sting jet activity will probably come into the Inglewood area and into Northport and Venice, Port Charlotte, those areas, along with, let's turn off the radar for a second here, along with any of the smaller communities around here, like South Venice, Plantation, Venice Gardens, Grand Palm, Sarasota County. As this eye wall moves in, you need to be really bracing yourself, because there have been what looks to be radar return evidence of sting jets taking place on the southern side of this eye wall. And so you're not going to have, it might not even be raining, but you'll get gusts of wind that may be up around 200 miles per hour that are radar indicated at this point, that appear to be taking place on the south edge of the wall, of the eye wall here. Punta Gorda, you're going to be in the mix of it here real soon. Possibly Fort Myers, although you're maybe a little bit to the south, but you're going to have some, you're already having really strong winds right now. But Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, Northport, Inglewood, you're up next. You're up to bat. And then, of course, up around Bradenton, we have the solid eye wall covered it in rain. Braden, St. Petersburg, Clearwater, Largo, Palm Harbor, Tampa Bay. All this area is got you got an eye wall coming in right now. So I hope y'all guys are safe. I hope you're not anywhere as close to where the storm surge can get you because that is very dangerous.
So, considering the level of absolute insanity that this is getting up to, what kind of I just think it's important to prepare and think about the kind of devastation that we're looking at in this area.
Well, they say this is going to be the worst hurricane Florida's ever seen. It's it's going to be it's going to be bad, Shannon.
Right?
I
But
mean, it's going to be complete neighborhoods wiped out. And
right.
um, is that what you're asking, or what are you saying?
Yeah, just trying to kind of get, because even after all this happens and people try to return home or see what's going on, or those who are stuck in places, it's just, seeing what we saw with Helene, it's going to be something we haven't ever seen, I think, in our lifetime
Yeah,
on American soil.
it's gonna be like it's going to be like Helene, and I will state, and you already know this, Shannon, of course, but this is an act of war that's being disguised as natural weather.
Oh, 100%. And if it's not obvious, just watching this and how it's coming out and seeing that, yes, there's documentation that's been out since the 60s in weather warfare, but the fact that they're literally sabotaging any aid for people who have already gone through things, that should tell you right there, this is war.
There is one new tornado warning for Florida.
Yep, they're sabotaging, they're getting in the way, they're threatening people with arrests that are trying to help. And I understand you just can't allow anybody to go in and claim they're going to help because
They're saying it's expected to make landfall tonight.
it's making landfall right
They
now.
talking about it on the news.
Yeah, it's coming ashore
Yeah, it's coming to
in the
Florida.
next hour, literally. I mean, it's already you're talking Cat 4 hurricane. This thing's it's I wouldn't want to be in these places along there. It would be bad. And I've ridden out a lot of hurricanes before.
Oh,
It's,
dear Lord Jesus, Yeshua HaMashiach, please keep your children safe. Please help everybody right now. I'm sorry, this is quite devastating.
yeah, you get to trying to explain and show all this stuff.
That lady just said, I'm glad you all know these storms is planned.
Yep, we know somebody commenting.
Like me tell.
Right, yeah, they're planned, and we we've got to somehow stay strong. And one of the ways we're trying to help stay strong, everybody stay strong, is doing the fundraiser we're doing, trying to get $100 to anybody who's in a really bad spot, and $100 would actually make a difference. And we're leaving it up to your honor, and to be honest about it. And some people might say, well, what if you give away $100 to somebody who didn't really need it? Well, it's just $100, and they're going to have to work that out with Father when they meet their Maker one day. Because if you really believe that you go through this world and when it's over, it's just over, I'm afraid that you're going to be badly fooled. Um, that newest tornado was down here on the southern side, a little supercell that has popped up down here. So the majority of the dangerous tornadic activity is right there, right along the coast, all the way from boy, way up here, from Titusville all the way south to Jupiter, basically. You've got supercells flowing up from the storm. And so be as prepared as you can, guys. I know it's already too late to prepare, but just be alert, pay attention. Because there are people out here and out there who do care and have compassion and concern, and so you're not alone. I actually played your song earlier. Um, you're not alone. Earlier when I took a little break, and I said, "Well, I'm gonna play some music," and I went down and I seen that. I said, "Oh, that's perfect for what we're doing." The "You're Not Alone" song that you created for the show. And yeah, I played that earlier in the broadcast. Let's take a look at this at the eye area and see what the convection looks like. You can see these supercells popping up over here to the right. Those are the tornadic supercells that are producing the tornadoes, of course, and the water spouts in some cases now. And then, of course, the eye is over here. And let me bring up my magnifier for a second, and I'll magnify what I'm seeing. It's not quite as clear because I'm magnifying it, but you see all the cloud tops popping up there. That is continued strength, not necessarily strengthening, but continued strength in the storm, that it's not really falling apart, that's for sure. And you can see these surge waves come out from the center. They're like literal waves. See that one right there and one right behind it? Those are coming from the supercells when they blow up really fast and really strong over a matter of just minutes. And there's still a lot of supercell production going on right there. Let's see what the radar looks like now. See if it's still trying to close in again or what it's doing. And I doubt it will completely close back in. But then, of course, again, the worry there is the eye, because you're talking probably somewhere between 130 to 150 mile an hour sustained winds. And then you got the potential for these steam jets down here on the bottom, which I'm pretty sure we've seen at least 3 today, if not 4. And but they've been offshore so far, so hopefully we don't see any evidence of that as this moves onshore here. Shannon, I need to take a break here for a minute. Do you want to stay on and talk, or do you want a break too?
I'll stay on for a minute here.
All right. Well, I'll be back here in a few minutes. If for any reason you need to leave, just let them know and turn on some music for them, one of the songs that are listed in the brand area.
Okay.
Down all the way at the bottom below your song.
Got it.
Okay. All right. I'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Okay. So I'm hoping and praying that we see some of the best of humanity out of this. There's always the bad things that's going to happen, but for those of us who step up and really help each other, that's a beautiful thing. At least something good can come from that. And I'm praying for everybody who is affected by this, and including family members of those who live out there who are not in Florida. And who knows where it goes from here. And I know that there's another one coming, and this is pretty much just the beginning of the weather warfare action here. And preparing oneself for what we're going to face afterwards is really important. It's a very intense situation right now, And it's not so much fear, but, well, at least for me, I am such an Italian mother. I have a lot of worry for everybody, but I know that God's got his hand over those who believe, and whatever his will may be is his will. And I give it all up to you, Lord Jesus, because in this situation, it's hard when you feel helpless just watching these things go down, knowing that it is completely out of your hands. So I pray so hard right now that we lift all of these people in your hands, and that whatever your will may be, that we can just face it together. Dan,
There is
our
one
awesome
special marine warning.
advisor, is trying to come up with a plan to connect more people across the United States in cases like these where you cannot trust your government to step up and give aid or be there like they are supposed to. At least we'll have places all over the United States to where there will be some assistance that won't be, what's the word I'm looking for? It won't be possible to sabotage, because God will have his hand over it and it'll be up to us. So, anyways, I know I'm not quite like Daniel here with, understanding how the weather updates work and things along those lines, but I am hoping that our prayers come together right now. And I'm just so sorry. It's really hard to comprehend this and take it all in. And I'm a very emotional being. So if I get choked up, guys, I do apologize. You know, I hope that you all are safe and sound with your families, and that we can all get through this together. And I thank you so much for everyone who stepped up and giving. This fundraiser that we're trying to do is not something that many people are doing out there, but in any way, shape, or form you can help, that would be just amazing. Your prayers, finding a way to get supplies to people, things along those lines are going to be so much more helpful than you could ever know. And I just don't know, wow, what else to say about everything. Yep. I pray for the animals. I pray for all the babies. And the things that I've heard from just what happened in North Carolina, I just know it's going to be at least tenfold in this.
There is one new tornado warning for Florida.
Another tornado warning. This is just wow, guys. You know what? I'm going to take a look at some comments here and see what all you guys have to say. Thank you so much. I'm sure praying that hotels, motels are not price gouging, because when I evacuated in Big Bear Lake, California, the prices were 3 times higher. You know what, Janine, I would not doubt it. I guarantee you there will be price gouging. I guarantee you that there will be factions that take advantage of the situation financially for their own gain. And I pray too that there will be more people that step up that aren't like that than there are those who are trying to take advantage of others in need. Patricia says, some girl said she had to let her dog. I said, no, keep your, sorry, it's really hard to read this, in your car in the kennel. No one gets. So yeah, there are ways to shelter your animals too, but at this point, it's whatever you all can do out there to keep safe is, the best you can do. There are people who are trapped on highways. There's just a lot of things, which is why in the show previous, I mentioned it's really important to have a map. It's
There is
really
one new
important
threshold warning.
to have your bug out bags, your things that just in case you have to flee, you at least have something that you can navigate some things. But of course, in this kind of situation, in a flooding kind of thing, you got to do your best and pray to God in that situation. But yeah. So let's see. I'm trying to find some comments here that are yep, that's right. They want their new world order. They've been planning this for a long time. I've been following the whole FEMA camp situation since at least 2006. And I can tell you that they've been preparing for a long time for a mass genocide of sorts. And this is, I'm sure, one of the many ways that they're going to try and bring down America and take a lot of population out. They have been prepared and knew these things were coming. And of course, they've planned it. And of course, there's things that may have been out of their hands, but they didn't warn us. There are many different ways that they've been attacking us with this kind of scenario. We all know the end game of what they want, but I have faith that God is going to not only shelter us, but really help to bring the body of Christ together. And I'm not scared of the big bad wolf, if you know what I mean, because my God is a heck of a lot more awesome. So that's all I have to say about it. Oh, thank goodness. Daniel's coming back.
Yeah, I'm back.
I talked their ear off enough, I'm sure.
Right, there's more people here than was I left, so you must have done a pretty good job. So there's some new people here. I don't know what Shannon kind of told you was going on. We're covering the storm and talking about alternative views of what's happening in this world right now with like Helene and Katrina and many other storms like Dorian that sat on top of the Bahamas for 3 days in one spot as a Cat 5 for 3 days with people drowning in their attics trying to get away from the water, climbing up.
There is one new tornado warning for Florida.
Another tornado. Well, better check on that real quick in case there's anybody watching. Let's go down here. I'll explain again what we're doing here in just a minute. We're right in this area right here, guys. Let me turn off the radar.
I don't understand why they're not coming up.
Right along the coastline. It's this one. I think this is the new one right here. Either this one or this one. Either way, you both still got tornadoes that are right along in the Jensen Beach, Port St. Lucie, Stewart area, even south of Stewart along the coastline. You've got tornadoes on the ground. Let's see, this one here says severe thunderstorm capable of producing water spouts located along Seawalls Point or near Port Salerno, and it doesn't say if it's been seen or not. This one here has. This one, a tornado producing storm, was located over North River Shores or Palm City, moving north at 30 miles an hour, and it was confirmed and observed on the ground. So as you can see, these things are moving in this direction, just like that. What, Shannon?
I said I'll be right back.
Okay. So this, in general, the supercells are moving to the north-northeast, following the rotation up and around, coming up like this, and then turning back, heading back around the hurricane, of course. This one currently up here is heading inland now. This one heading inland, coming over Cape Canaveral, Cocoa Beach. Cocoa Beach is where Frank was just contacting us from, that we sent $100 to try to help him out. He was in Cocoa Beach, this area right here. At least that's what was on his ID, is that he was from this area. I say Cocoa Beach. Actually, he said Cocoa. So it was this area over here. He's not out on the, wasn't out there. It was this area here in Cocoa, and he's got a tornado warning over his head right now. I would assume that it is radar indicated instead of being observed, because it normally says observed. This one is moving now to the northwest, heading back in overland, circling around the hurricane. And we've got areas such as close to was that Space Coast Regional Airport, in that area, along through there, and just to the south of that, along I-95 and along Florida 407, you've got a tornado coming in off the waters heading your way. If you have to be watching this live stream, you need to get in the smallest room in your house. If you're in any of the areas of these tornadoes, get in the smallest, sturdiest, most internal room in the house, and that can sometimes keep you safe. You can also take a mattress.
There are 2 new warnings affecting Florida.
2 more tornadoes warnings just now. We'll check them in just a second. You can also sometimes take a mattress and put it over yourself in the bathtub if you have reason to think one's getting ready to hit. That's imminent kind of thing. Let's go down and see what these 2 new warnings were. We've got a tornado warning and a water spout warning, both new. One is in Martin, St. Lucie, back in that same area again. Then we've got another one, severe thunderstorm capable of producing water spouts, located over Hillsborough Beach or near Lighthouse Point. Let's take a look at that one. That is this one here. This one is further south than the previous warnings. This one is right along the coastline, hopefully off the coastline. It's right there in the Pompano Beach area, Lighthouse Point area, Deerfield Beach, Boca Raton. You've got probably a water spout out over the ocean right now. You may be able to catch a view of it if you're in any of those areas. It'll be moving up from those areas up towards Delray Beach and Bolton Beach, Lantana, maybe even Lake Worth Beach. You may see a water spout coming up the coast over the ocean. Here is the radar return. This is updated every minute or so. So it is right off the coast of basically Lighthouse Point, and maybe close to being right off the coast of Deerfield Beach. So you got a water spout. And let's go back and look at the radar return and see if we happen to see currently any new signs of of a steam jet and look at what the eye wall is looking like itself. Let's bring up our magnifier. It may help y'all guys just a little bit to be able to see a little bit better. Take a look at this eye wall and where it's coming in at. The most intense winds are basically there. It's coming ashore right now. The reddest areas that you can see there are coming ashore. So the eye is making its landfall right now.
I can see with some of this live feed that I'm looking at right now that some of these areas are already starting to get some severe damage just from the winds, and definitely some flooding action over what is it?
Major surge
In Cape Cana, or like that one area that you were talking about, Cape Coral.
Yeah, Cape Coral. Yeah, we're right in this area right here. We got
And
Punta Gorda, Cape Coral, Fort Myers, all Naples, all that area is going to have substantial surge, water inundation coming up.
Right.
They were saying it would be in excess of around the 15-foot area. That's a lot of water. And we're talking.
Oh, Port Charlotte. That's where it is. That's already starting to get hit with flooding. And like I said, There's already major damage just from the winds in Siesta Key.
That's right there, Port Charlotte. The eye wall is moving into it right now, Shannon, as we speak. This is the eye wall right here on the left side of your screen. So the eye of the storm is coming ashore right now. And if you're in Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, let's go up the coast here a little bit. If you're in Inglewood, I've been to Inglewood before. If you're in Inglewood, Northport. If you're in Venice Beach, I've been down through there. And any of these areas here, Sarasota.
Siesta Key.
Siesta Key, yeah. South Bradenton. This whole area here, Bradenton area, is going to get a direct eye wall hit. The most intense area of the storm is moving in. It's literally there now. They're in the most intense winds that they're likely going to see. However, you do have to remember once this eye wall passes for Bradenton and many other places, it's going to get hit again. We have the backside to look at. So this is going to move through, and you're going to get a little break in Bradenton, and then the backside of the eye is going to come through and smack you real hard again. Just because there is what looks like no rain down here is no indication of what the surge is, or it is no indication of what the winds are. You'd say, well, that looks like there ain't even hardly nothing going on. There's a whole lot going on down here, including what we've been seeing with the steam jet activity pulsing in like this. And this is one of the main things I wanted to watch for as this come ashore, so I'm glad we're still live, is I wanted to watch for the steam jet activity. You see how we have a storm that looks very similar to this? Very similar. And you can see it there.
Mm-hmm.
Now we have this bottom portion of the storm missing right here. Now this is a extratropical image here that they're showing, so this isn't a full-fledged hurricane. But when you lose the southern side, I mean, this is a perfect example of what can produce a steam jet, what we're looking at right here. And I'm going to take a second and just kind of stare at it and see if you see any highly accelerated. I'll use my magnifier so you guys can see it too. We're looking for highly accelerated water droplets, meaning anything that has color to it that is not dark. If it's highly you'll see it highly accelerate when it comes across. It's like it's moving twice as fast as the rest of the eye spin. And the fact that you can have them without having the radar return of the rain droplets, but the radar droplets are a way we can see them when they happen. It looks like there was a small burst right about here on the lower southeast side. As that area right there comes up, there is a really good burst moving forward at a fast pace right there. But that's a small one in comparison to what we were seeing earlier. Hopefully, as this is coming on shore over the next 30 minutes, we don't see any indication of that, because it'll just grind out anything that's on the ground. It's already going to be bad. It'll just make it times two bad. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, steam jets, because I know there's new people coming on and off all the time on this live stream. A steam jet is a phenomenon that they figured out back in the 80s of when you have a tropical hurricane like this and you have cold air intrusion coming down around the backside of the storm, and it knocks out most of the precipitation on the south part of the storm. So the precipitation goes away, but you still have the wind, you still have the flooding and the surge and all that. But what it sets you up for is that cold air coming in from above. It puts pressure down on top of the warmer, moist air below. And when it pressurizes it, obviously, when you put pressure on something, it's going to move faster. So it can take an already 130 to 150 mile an hour wind and increase that to 200 mile an hour. Those are estimates, of course. I am not a meteorologist. I'm just a intelligent man that gives a dang. So I've been fascinated with weather since I was a child, and like most of us have, but my fascination has been excessive, let's just say that, which is why I can talk about these storms and the different things the way I can, because I understand them pretty well.
How long do you estimate this whole hurricane and storm is going to last?
Do you mean the eye of it coming on shore, or do you mean until the eye passes off the East Coast?
Right, till the eye passes off the East Coast.
Well,
All night, probably.
yeah, the storm is not moving really, really fast. So basically, this is going to go across the entire night. It's because it's coming in at this angle here, like this, and it's going to track probably out across the SpaceX area and NASA area, which is right in here. It looks like it's heading straight for that, unless it gets influenced a little bit somehow. But you're talking about an entire night of terrible weather. And once the backside of the eye wall passes you, all you're going to have then is strong winds for, lessening over time, but strong winds for quite a while. But the eye is just literally right now in this moment coming ashore. And so what is going to happen is happening right now as we're watching this. Shannon, let me say a little prayer for all of our people down in Florida, because we know we got a lot of brothers and sisters down there, and so it would be appropriate to say a little prayer.
Yes.
Father, I don't have to guess or ask if you know exactly what's going on in this failed world. I don't have to guess that you know that this weather and other events are being manipulated by the ones that you warn us about in the Bible, the principalities and governors as it says in the Geneva Bible, it says governors, principalities, and high places. And I know, Father, that you know these things. And they intend, Father, to make a lot of harm. They intend to hurt a lot of people. And Father, I ask, because I know you can do it, because you've done it for me, is to reach in these situations where people are in a death-defying situation or a potential death situation. Father, I ask that you reach in your supernatural hand and send an angel, or however it is, Father, that you handle these things, that you reach in and you protect these people. You stop what's happening and don't allow it. Father, you've given us this ability and this right to come to you directly like this and ask, because you sent the image of yourself in your Son, Yahushua HaMashiach, Yeshua Christos, Jesus the Christ, here in order so that we could have direct access to you, Father. So I ask in your Son's name that you protect these individuals. You bring your hand down in their worst moment and you pull them out and you make it your choice, Father. Make it your will, Father. Don't allow the evil ones, Father, to make it their will and to take these people's lives. They're already going to lose most everything that they have, if not everything they have. We're talking hundreds of thousands of people. And I ask that it be your will, Father, not theirs. We believe in you, Father. It's in your name that we ask this, and in the name of your Son, Yahushua HaMashiach, Jesus the Christ, that you do this and you supernaturally protect these people. I thank you, Father, for I know that you hear my words, and I know also that you will do these things. If you're out there listening and you're scared, reach out to Father and ask him to protect you. Tell him that you know you're in a bad spot and you know you've made mistakes in your life. And ask him for his protection and he'll protect you. I only know this because this is what he's done for me in my life. So I know for a fact my life has been pulled out of certain death around 5 times where I know I was going to die. Even in situations where it wasn't life-threatening, Father's reached in and sent an angel to whisper in my ear, "Get up and walk out now," and protected me even when a SWAT team was coming to arrest me for some nonsense because I wasn't willing to go along with the jurisdiction of the authority at the time. So, Father, I thank you for everything that you do for us. I thank you for putting us through what we have to go through in order to learn and grow. But I do ask that you make all of this be your will, Father. Not theirs, Father. Make it your will. Thank you, Father. So guys, I'm going to leave everything up and leave the live stream going, and I'm going to be checking in and out with you occasionally. And Shannon, you're welcome to check in and out and stuff too, and kind of keep an eye on this as it continues to develop. But I've been going over 3 hours now straight, and what we're doing, in case you're just new here, is we're trying to get emergency funds to a bunch of people down in Florida that can still communicate and have access to be able to receive the funds. And so we are giving out $100 to anyone that is in Florida and can produce can produce a Florida identification. And if you text the word help to 843-284-3343 and let us and then take a picture of your ID, send it to us so we can verify you're in Florida, and then try to let us know which one of your apps that we can send the funds to. And if you have more than one app, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, send us the information on all of them, because our funds are low in Cash App and Venmo. And so that may change in 5 minutes, but currently we're kind of low. So if preferably PayPal, but if you only have Venmo or Cash App, send us the identifier or your QR code, take a picture of it, screenshot it, send it to us in the text as well, and we'll do our best to get those funds to you as quick as possible. We've already gotten out a good number of them and are still working on it. Miss Kim's in the background right now, sitting here making it happen. So, and with that, we are asking for people to also donate. The links where you can donate, so we can continue even into tomorrow to send these funds to people who maybe they're out of gas, they don't have no money, maybe they're homeless, they're sleeping in their car. How about go through a hurricane and you're homeless? I mean, I don't care who it is and what your situation is or who you are or what you believe. You're still human, and you deserve someone to reach out to you, and that's what we're doing. So
Also, please be careful. Again, do not trust certain factions of shelters. We've seen in the past in Texas before that when it comes to the homeless, especially, they're not necessarily that caring of their life. So I pray for all of those who do not have shelter out there, and I pray God covers you with protection.
yeah, take one last quick look for this moment, anyways, at the storm, and she's still very healthy. There's still a lot of bubbling convection, rising air, getting plenty of hot air in there still coming up from the south, producing these tall supercells in the middle of the storm, as well as these over here, and very strong back over in here as well. Um, so y'all guys got a hard night ahead of you, but know that there is someone out here that cares, and tomorrow we will be live again tomorrow, and we're going to try to do some more of Father's work tomorrow as well. But for now, I'm going to leave the live stream up, and I'm just going to have some music playing in the background. If you come in and you want to talk a little bit to the people that would be here at that time, Shannon, just turn the music off, and turn it back on before you leave. And then ultimately, here in a while, I'll come in and bring the live stream down, um, and we'll go from there. Is that okay?
Alrighty. That's all. That works for me.
All right. And guys,
All right.
we are the Supernatural Show. That is our website address. We hope you subscribe. If you haven't, we do a lot of kind of things. Weather is not something we normally do, but we go wherever the calling is, where our people are being attacked. And right now, Florida is the current people under attack. So give a visit to our website sometime. And also remember, we need your help in order to help all these victims. So please continue, the ones of you who can, and the ones of you who will, because there's some of you who won't, and some of you who can't. But the ones who will, toss $5 into the bucket, and we'll hand it out for you. Okay, we'll get it to them. And Miss Kim's handling it right now. I can see her looking at driver's license and all kinds of things like that. So she's verifying y'all guys and getting the money to you. But for now, I guess Shannon, I'll go ahead and get ready here, and I'll turn on the music. But I'll check in with you later too on the cell phone or whatever. But worst case, if I don't see you, I'll be back live again tomorrow, so you can join me if you're around too. Okay.
All right. Well, God bless you, Daniel, for doing this, and God bless you all. And please keep in prayer. I believe in miracles, and I hope that there are a lot of those coming out of this horrible situation.
Right. Yeah, we need a lot of miracles, and I bet you some amazing things. Oh, I seen up in I will say this before we leave. I seen up in, was it North Carolina where all the people were getting baptized?
Yep.
North Carolina. There was videos of long lines of people going into the river. Hallelujah, being baptized.
Please, Jesus.
Yeah. So sometimes
Revival's coming.
sometimes it takes extreme situations. Matter of fact, most of the time it does take extreme situations for people to cross that. So don't always look at everything that's bad that's happening as actually bad, because it can turn out to be a miracle in your life and change not only this life, but maybe even your life after. So with that being said, Shannon, I'll see you back later, or we'll be talking, of course. You got my number. And I'll go ahead and get us some.
Thank you, Shannon.
Let me see what I want to play here for music. And guys, for y'all guys listening and watching, thank you. And we'll be back soon. And I'm going to leave the live stream up for a while. We'll talk to y'all guys later. Hi, guys. This is Daniel coming in for just a momentary check-in where we've been live for 3.5 hours today. Over 3 hours of it, I was here talking the entire time. What I'm going to do now is, like I said earlier, we're mainly going to be we're checking in periodically, and we're in the background. Miss Kim is still working hard on sending out the donations to the people who have requested help, and so we're still working on that. At the moment, we've got a little bit more requests for help than we've got funds, but we're not out yet because we're still processing them. So we're leaving the live stream up, hoping that some additional funds will go ahead and come on in to make sure we're able to assist everyone that needs that assistance. At least go as far as we possibly can, at least. I'm going to leave this tornado map, and all these maps are going to be changing one to the next while the stream is still up. Looks like we've got a new warning up where the eye wall is coming ashore. It says the National Weather Service Doppler radar indicated extreme winds associated with the eye wall of Hurricane Milton. We're moving onshore along a line extending from 6 miles southwest of Bradenton to 25 miles southwest of Anna Marie to 52 miles southwest of St. Armand's Key, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. And guys, that is no joke. Don't get out there in this weather. This is the real deal. But you'll be able to hear in the background. Sometimes there'll be, as new tornado alerts come up, you'll be able to still see this map. I'm going to zoom it in just a little bit so we can have a better focus on the main area that's being affected right now. I'll be checking in from time to time with y'all guys, but not quite as frequently as I was doing the first 3 hours of the live stream. So if you've sent in a request for help, hang in there. We're working on it. It might take a little while, but most of you, I think we've already communicated back with and have requested the things that we need from you in order to process your request. So let me make sure I've got all my windows set properly. Take a quick glimpse for any sting jets that may be manifesting. And I do see something that's a little concerning still on that lower part of the eye. I see some really fast moving raindrops. Yep. If you're in the area of Bradenton, the part of the eye wall that looks like it should be a little better, it ain't going to be much better, guys. And a sting jet is something that's a multiplier of the wind that can increase the winds. In the case of this, going from, say, 130 to 150 all the way up close to 200 miles an hour in that estimated range. So I'm going to leave that going there like that. I've got the current radar loops in place as well, so you'll be able to check here and get good, solid imagery. And I'll also be checking in with y'all guys, and we'll play some more music while I'm gone. Hi guys, this is Daniel. Just checking in with y'all guys real quick. We had a gentleman named David Michael. David Michael, I think that's what it was, from Florida, text in asking for help, and because we couldn't get him, because Miss Kim was still working on many of the other donations, getting donations out to people, and she was literally working on his, and he started texting, insulting us, calling us a scammer, and like we're a scammer when we're trying to send him money. I mean, it don't make any sense. But anyways, that's what you get from some people when you try to do something good like this. But I just want to put this on record on this video. And with that being said, I am going to go ahead and end the live show today. And David, if you're out there, brother, you need to seek forgiveness for the ugly things you were saying to us in multiple texts because we couldn't get you the $100 quick enough. It's not good, bro. Not good at all. You guys have a great day. I love all of you, and thank all of you for your participation and any donations you sent in. We will be continuing. Miss Kim's getting pretty tired. We might have to take a break for a little while, but we will, worst case, be continuing in the morning because we do have a lot of people requesting, and we're still a little short on what we'll be able to send. I don't know if we'll be able to meet them all, but we're certainly going to try because we're going to be back live again tomorrow and raise some more funds for the people down in Florida to try to help them out. I love you guys, and I don't know why that's saying Florida call-ins because it shouldn't say that right now, but anyways, I love you guys, and we'll be back live again tomorrow. And till then, we'll see you later. I love you. Thank you for being here today.
I've got one that can see.
Logic before authority.